Hello. Good, I'm not a quiet boy today. It's time to go and path the monstrosity that we made yesterday. Won't that be fun? Oh boy. There we go. Close enough for now. I'll have to get precise heights out of it. Oh, whatever. We can do that. "2014 Twix." I mean, Twix hasn't really changed for that for a long time. Yep, Farthington. If you weren't here yesterday, then it's been a little while, hasn't it? Yesterday was the first day in a while that I've worked on it. It does conform to the deformation mesh, but it's sort of weird the way it does it. It does a box the size of the bounding box round it, and then where the deformation mesh is, it bends it to the deformation mesh. So this part is bent to the deformation mesh, but this part is just raised to the center height of the object. So it's a bit odd. Yeah. Anyway, it is time for us to make a junction, or path a junction, or however you want to call it. Oh, hello. Ooh, did I accidentally make this spline a wide boy? Okay, we might need to fix that first. And meanwhile, I've borrowed one of my dad's 24-inch 1080p monitors while I desperately try to convince myself that this pixel density is actually okay. Because I want a new set of matching monitors with a higher refresh rate so that I can do sim racing better. But I do not want to get... I don't really want to get three 27-inch 1440p monitors, partly because it's very expensive, partly because you need a super mega uber duper graphics card to drive it. Thank you, Nani Shitaruno. Hi. But yeah, partly because you need a super uber duper graphics card to drive it, and partly because... Did I already say it takes up too much space? I probably already did. Hello. Come on, brain. So did I accidentally make the line markings wider in one particular bit? Yes, I did. Oh, would you look at that? Did I also make them higher here? No, I didn't, just wider. Oh, it's only those two vertices. I've got proportional editing on. Yeah, the other thing is I like having 16:9 monitors because every program, partly because it makes streaming easier, because like the stream's 16:9, partly because every website in the world is designed for it, and partly because having independent monitors is more convenient for multitasking on multiple screens than screen split software is. That looks better. Well, no, I was going to say that looks better. No, it doesn't look better because I haven't actually exported it yet. Also, I could do to change the geometry here slightly because it's not behaving properly with the deformation mesh. So where is this bit? It's over here at this end, and it's the first two. Okay. Here's your problem. Sir Bog, tell me more about the Samsung CRG90. And while you're at it, why don't you tell us about Substance Painter? I've heard great things about Substance Painter and its fantastic value. What can you tell us about Substance Painter? Honestly, that's probably something that I should invest in. As you can go a long way with Paint.net, but you do run into limitations eventually. Right. So that looks like that's deforming properly now. Yep. I'll take that. I said yep looking at this. What I said yep about is... Excuse me while I put my brain into gear. Might take me some time. So the thing I was looking for was I was looking to see if there are any other bits of marking that aren't working properly at the moment, and thus I need to fix. And yes, there are some. The problem is the mesh that they're sitting on top of needs to deform correctly. They need to deform in the same way. Yeah. Or close enough to the same way. Otherwise you'll get those artifacts. There's also a separate, this is the thing that pisses me off very slightly, there's a separate game on Twitch for for Gladbeck. Like, they've managed to get Gladbeck listed as a separate game. Which just, like... Gladbeck? Kevin? What height is this? I want to set this to a consistent height. .1. and just make it easier to place stuff. Maybe a little higher. Okay, that's too high. It is 4.1 that it's supposed to be. Okay. I have opinions about Gladbeck. Also, place your bets now on how long it's going to be until I start trying to shill my own game. Half an hour? That seems reasonable. I'm going to put some trees along here because I can do that now. Ooh, chunky tree, okay. Probably this one's going to be the best representation with a wider ratio than that. There we go. Maybe one of the large ones. Oh, and thank you for following. Yeah, it's just... It looks awful. It performs terribly. Or at least it performs terribly for how it looks. And it's very overpriced. It just sort of... What am I looking for? Yes. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, okay, that's that. That's the tree I want, I reckon. Let's have a quick look at the other ones, but I think that's the one I want. Yeah. Those are just the same trees. Yeah, anyway, there you go. Large tree. Hello, hello. I mean, how hard would it have been for them to just make the trees refresh when you click the button, instead of having to move them around first and then they refresh? There we go. Trees. Trees are big. This is a thing that nobody seems to like realize when making maps. Like all the trees in the Flora 3 pack are tiny. Like, I mean, look down here. It's a huge ass tree. So let's just take some ratios here. This car will be about 4 meters long, and that tree is 1, 2, 3 of them at least tall. So it's at least 12 meters tall. Probably a bit taller because of perspective. Because the perspective on this car's a bit weird. And I've made it... Okay, I've made it 20 meters tall. It's hard to tell. How long is a Vauxhall Zafira? How tall is a normal lamppost? That's not useful. So it's the right one, isn't it? Yeah. Length. So that car is 4 meters long, and it's a bit closer to us than the tree. Okay, it's about 15 meters tall, I reckon. No, I don't really fancy having a set. I don't have any need for it, and I don't really fancy having an always-on microphone in my room. Anyway, what I'm actually supposed to be doing is I'm supposed to be doing the AI paths for this junction. Oh, why have you hidden the taskbar for me, Windows? Oh, thank you for following. She still listens, though. I just have no need for it, and I don't really want it. Wrong. Oh boy, here we go. Right, so now we need to set up all of these paths. So Ramsey Road 5. Thing 1, not a free map. Oh yes, this still doing it that way around. So I have 2 routes planned for initial release. It might be 1 at initial release and then the second one shortly afterwards. There will be a guided busway. There will not be a drivable guided busway. You cannot do drivable guided busways in OMSI. You can sort of do it a really, really horrible bodgy way by just relying on people to use a steering wheel with force feedback, and it sort of bumps the vehicle back onto the path. But that's nasty, and I'm not going to release something with a bodge that nasty in it. As for price, a lot less than London, I can tell you that much. Is that not right? Oh, of course. Yeah. Because obviously there's a lot less content here than there is in London, so like it's not worth the same amount. Yeah. Oh no. Oh, I've just made a realization. No, hang on. I can still... let's try switching it for North Road. But yeah, less than London. It doesn't work properly. It doesn't guide you. You can drive on it if you really want to, but it won't go anywhere. And like, yeah, if you really want to drive on it, you can drive on it, but it won't guide you. It's not a proper functioning guided busway. Blender. I keep forgetting that we're going to use a mix of Blender and that at the moment. Okay, and the rotation, which is backwards in OMSI crossing editor land, because of course it is. Yeah, I'm not going to provide it because it's not designed for it and it won't work properly. But if anybody wants to do it themselves, they can. I don't really get why, but some people seem to like doing it, so, you know, whatever. No, that's the problem, is that OMSI does not have anything to support guided busways. That's a height of exactly 0.1, okay, 0.1000. And that's also at a height of exactly 0.1. Okay, so I need to raise this up by 0.1. Except I don't, because it's deformation meshes, of course. Yeah, there is no support for guided busways in OMSI. I have no way of making it work, so I'm not going to. Routes are being renumbered. So the main route, and possibly the only route at launch, I want to have more than one route at launch, but it just depends on whether I actually have time to do that. But yeah, the main route and possibly the only route at launch will be the 34, which is a sort of mix between town and cross-country driving. Okay, those are all the spline templates that we need. I might just ignore this pedestrian path going along here. Yeah, so now I just need to start linking stuff up. Which is going to be the usual pain. But I have some gentle music on, which you can't hear because DMCA. No, it's just the lo-fi channel. Ah, okay, so I can't actually... Bollocks, oh well. Oh yes, and I need to split this path, I remember. I'm remembering. Actually, how about some SimCity 3000 music? Yeah, I know. You're not allowed to hear because of the DMCA. This is music for me. I'm not dealing with DMCA strikes. You get DMCA strikes on Twitch nowadays as well, and in fact they're pretty bad. Like to the extent where you can have your channel taken down. And you can have it taken down for recordings that you've deleted, because Twitch doesn't actually delete them, it just hides them. And by just trying random URLs, the people who are trying to get their copyright claims can just trawl through random URLs, find videos using their music, and yeet them. Which sucks. But there you go. So yeah, that's why there's no music. Bye-bye. So these paths are 2.5 meters wide, so that's not actually going to clear parked cars if there's a bus on that path. So I do need to... So parked cars are better just actually park within the parking space. Yep, it's almost an exact replica, almost, of St Ives in Cambridge. There we go. That's the straight through path done. Yes, it is. It's enormous. That's the main reason I do it, is so that I don't have to do all the paths according to the gradients. It means I can just draw the paths on flat and they'll just work. I started making the map when I worked in St Ives. I've actually had more than one job in St Ives over the last few years. I'm not bothering to pad these junctions completely because that'll just make the traffic not work properly. Ah yes, college. He's a spy. He's a French spy. Alright, that's all the car parts done. Don't think I need anything fancier than that. So now I just need to do the pedestrian paths. Oh boy. I love pedestrian paths. No, definitely a French spy. Your excuses won't wash here. Oh, bollocks. God, the music for this game's good. And then I'm going to ignore this path. Because that needs to connect up awkwardly over there, and that'll just be annoying to do. I could do to correct some UVs over here by the looks of things. Right, now this bit's going to be fun. This bit would be very, very easy to do using my MySims pathing tools. How long has it been? Half an hour? Yeah. You've got the measure of me. Yeah. Here we go. So if we were making it in MySim, and I'll just quickly turn on the nice clouds, just because I like them. And their sun shafts. If we were doing this in here, it would take about this long. And then I'd be done. But nope, since we're here, we have to do it all by entering numbers and trial and error. There you go, I kept it brief. I kept it to a very short mention of my sim. I know how I can deal with it. I can just stop the path there, because then I can just use complete 2 in the editor and it'll work. Possibly the same with the other end, actually. Alright, now let's see. Hello. I'm timing the first route to be about 45-ish minutes. I just need this to go around the corner enough that... There we go, that works. It just needs to go around the corner far enough to go out of sight. There'll be houses all down the side of it. So. Yeah, in a bit. Yeah, there we go. Now I can start. Oh, there's a bug here. Okay. May as well fix that while I have the model file open. So which one is it? Is it this one? Yeah, it'll be this one, won't it? That should deal with it. And then these need mapping. There we go, mapped. Hello. I'm doing okay. I'm back to Farthington, as you can see. Finally, some might say. Fictional. This junction. Everything you can see highlighted in blue. That's all new. But basically, I've spent the last 2 months just working on my own sim. But I've come back for now. I'm interested to see how the bus gets received, because there seems to be an opinion amongst quite a lot of people that it's going to be the next OMSI 2, and I doubt it, but if it is, then I'm probably just going to call off work on my own sim and work out something else to do with myself. Yep, my own sim. Because I've spent... I've spent, like, long enough, like, wishing that OMSI was better or did things differently, and looking at Lotus and thinking, why are they making all the same mistakes again? I could do this better. And then, well, I just thought, okay, if I reckon I could do it better, then why don't I put my money where my mouth is and actually give it a try? Well, OMSI's as old as GTA 5, except it wasn't made with a budget of millions and millions of pounds. Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens with the bus. Because Aerosoft, I believe the story is Aerosoft commissioned it from TML to be an OMSI replacement because they knew they needed an OMSI replacement because it's one of their most popular products. But I don't know if they fully understand what people want from an OMSI replacement. So that's what I'm interested to see. Because it has mod tools, but as far as I can see, all you can do is add timetables and add routes to existing maps. You can't build your own maps. So, I don't know, I'm curious. Like, I don't want to write it off. And I also don't want to just say bad things about it, because obviously I'm biased if I'm trying to work on a competitor to it, effectively. But at the same time, like, if that's what everyone is going to... if that's what everything's going to move on to, then I might as well just sort of pull back and do something else with my life. Well, the developer of that pack is occasionally in this stream. And also, Farthington is currently intended to come with a demo version of one of those buses. Well, what do you want to call it? Yeah, okay. It'll be a fully fledged version. I've been thinking about that. I think the ideal, like the perfect situation would be a B7 RLE in less premium spec, so sort of ordinary local bus type spec, and a B8 RLE in full busway trim. I think that would be the best. Like, the ideal solution. I don't know, though. Because the 34 is not a busway type route. It's a local bus type route. And also, I love B7 RLEs. Particularly for the sake of this hill. So the 34... would be the 34, which is the one that goes around here, would be the B7 RLE. And then the busway extension route, which I don't know what to call that, because it needs to be something... Ideally, I'd call it something like the E, because, you know, E is like the busway routes are A, B, C, so I'd call it the E because it's a busway extension route. Yeah, they've been spending a lot more time in development of it than they have of previous sims they've done, which is one of the reasons I feel like it might be slightly different to Tourist Bus Simulator and Fern Bus Simulator. Yeah. I just don't know. Because, like, if people are going to take that up as the next big thing, then there's not really much point in me carrying on with my own one, because I can't really compete with a big studio. But at the same time, if they come up with something which isn't actually what people want, then I do need to keep going. Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't know if they actually understand what the demand is for. Because the demand is for top quality vehicle physics and for endless map customization and editing and for repainting and for timetabling. They've got the timetabling part down. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so regarding destination codes, if I have the route numbered to the E, then obviously whatever vehicle comes with the map needs to be able to display E, with the driver being able to input the correct code for E. Plus, oh no, it has to be the route E, because E. So yeah, we'll just have to work around whatever limitations it has, because it has to be the route E. Gem just seemed to sort of come out of nowhere, like a while back. Like, I don't really know anything about them, they just appeared and seem to be part of a lot of, like, content development stuff now. Well, E it is then. I assume they're a decent enough person then. Cool. I know there's been a lot of drama going around recently. I mean, my server recently has been bombarded by somebody with a mental age of about 3 who's been... Every day they've been signing up with a bunch of new accounts, spamming autistic slurs all over the place, getting banned and then doing it all over again. So if you've been getting lots of pings from my server, I am really sorry, but that's... I'm trying to do something about it. You can cut out most of that sentence. Right, let's put in these trees. So there's like one over here. Yes, it is still the best thing we have at the moment. I'm trying to do something about that, but at the moment it is definitely the best thing we have. I'm just trying to line up these trees reasonably close to where they are in real life. I may get when I come back and do the scenic pass, I may come and adjust the trees to get them closer to the real locations. Yep. Yeah, I'm sort of doing mine with kind of semi-aerials. The way I'm doing it is a bit unusual. Yeah, there we go. Have I shown you my most recent stuff in my sim? I think one of the reasons why nobody's particularly excited about... Yeah, here we go again. I think one of the reasons nobody's particularly excited about it is just because I haven't shown any buses in it yet. But the thing is, I don't want to show any buses in it until I can show some stuff that actually looks good. But yeah, spline stuff. This is my spline system at the moment. The profiles are defined almost identically to OMSI, to the extent that I could just make a thing that parses OMSI splines and just uses those directly. So you could just take OMSI splines and use them. This is only the very basics of it, but you know, it does stuff. And if I just bring some terrain up, then it deforms to terrain now as well. Yep, that's all stuff that's planned. To start with, I just made the most basic spline creation tool. Yes! The inverse banking. Yeah. Have I shown you the time of day controls? Well, actually, let me show you something very important first. So here's a bunch of trees. I can scale them and rotate them, or I can use OMSI style movement. And I've got this handle which does all the things. And then, oh shit. Oh no, oh no. Oh, that's awful. Oh wait, I can just hit Control Z and undo it. And no, wait, actually I really liked that. Let me just put that back. There we go. Control Y. Yeah, Control Z. Anyway, weather. Let's have some 3D volumetric clouds, shall we? This is all running at 130 frames a second at the moment. I know that the stream captures it looking quite laggy, but trust me, it is doing 130 frames a second right now. Yeah. And I've got a limited selection of plants and things that can be placed at the moment. So you can't make anything very interesting right now, but, you know, it's a work in progress. And I have a bunch of trees, and everything responds to wind as well. This is stuff that will be controlled from within the UI at some point, but at the moment it's just controlled in here. But if you really want to, you can have a 500-mile-an-hour wind and see what that looks like. Yes. Oh, yes. That's what I like to see. But yeah, let's put the wind back down to something more normal. There you go, now they're just gently rustling in the wind. But yeah, you can do things like leaning trees over, and one other thing that I've got is, see I've leaned this, let me just place another tree down so it's easier. So see I've leaned this tree over, which means that if I was then to try and move it along this plane, like it's going down into the ground and it's just a bit awkward. But so what I've set up is I've set up local and global transform spaces. So I can move it around locally, or I can move it around globally. I said those two in the wrong order, but you see what I mean. Yeah. And then you can paint grass. You don't just have to place grass pieces individually, you can just paint it, and then it's all there. And it's also responsive to the wind. And the sky all looks beautiful, I reckon, when you have a sunset on. And this is all procedurally generated as well. This isn't just a picture of a skybox. This is completely procedural. So this will regenerate with different weather conditions. So like if I make it rainy, see how the clouds change? And now it's raining. And I can turn the clouds down and have fewer clouds, and yeah. And then there's nighttime and there's the moon. Yeah. So yeah, this is what I've been working on. Also, the trees just aren't just like 2D cutout trees, they're actually trees. So yeah, part of the point of this, and another thing that I've got actually, I just like to mention, is Zen mode. So if I hit Z, then it turns off all the UI, but you can still interact with all the tools. So you can still move stuff around and do stuff, but you can turn off the UI just to make it nice clean workspace where you don't have any tools cluttering up what you're doing. So yeah, I'm pleased with that. And then I know I've demonstrated this every time for people who've been here a few times, but there's height map blended terrain. So there's PBR materials, so you can see this terrain's normal mapped. So it looks bumpy. So as the light changes, you can see, even though this is actually flat, it looks 3D. And then the other thing is there are height map blended terrain textures. So instead of just overwriting one terrain texture with another one, it actually blends the two together according to which one's higher up. And then you can see these little reflective highlights in between the rocks here, where the water's pooled between the rocks. So yeah. Anyway, that's my shill of that again. But yes. I imagine the reason why nobody seems particularly excited about it yet is probably just because I haven't shown any buses in it yet. Or not one set up properly anymore. Or yet, rather, anymore. Anyway, so what I should actually be doing now is I should be making the next junction along. Oh boy, I can't wait. Oh, that needs to... oh, whatever. It'll be fine. Let's have a quick look at it in the game mode and see if there's anything that needs fixing. Oh, I'm not signed in. Okay. No, nothing looks wrong with it so far. Yep, there's traffic on it and everything. Yep, this all seems to be working as expected. Looks rather good, I reckon. I mean, one of the things I want to do with this map is I just want to make, like, a well-modelled... like, I want to commit more modelling time and skill to a very, very ordinary, boring, housing estatey type of town than anyone else might have thought reasonable to, if that makes sense. Because, like, yes, things like London are fun, because, you know, London, but it's also nice to just drive around a very ordinary, unremarkable place. Though that being said, I am adding some remarkable bits to it. But, like, most people live on a housing estate of one sort or another, you know, so having a route that goes round sort of the housing estates will feel familiar. And people like driving on maps that feel familiar to them. I just wanted to make a map that represents a very ordinary bit of England. Maybe I need to introduce another couple of segments there. This is the Route 34. In fact, tell you what, before we go and do other stuff, it's been a little while. Let's drive the extent of the route as it is so far. Or no, let's just drive the bit from the town going outwards. How about that? Let's not drive the rest of it. You can see bits where I've kind of laid out more plans for where the routes are going to go next. I was thinking about doing this bit, I'm not sure about it. It would take a lot of time. Hello. Yeah, let's start off in the bus station. I'm still very pleased with the bus station. There aren't any destinations. I can't because it doesn't have a destination file. One thing you'll see is a lot of bits where there aren't buildings yet. Also, spinning barber's pole. I have to point that out every single time. It's a mandatory part of my contract. Yep, missing buildings. Lots of missing buildings. That's the next thing I need to go and do, is make a lot more buildings. Yeah, what a lot of roads I've made. All of these are junction objects. Need to make a fire station to put there. God, this one took a long time to do all the traffic lights for. Eh. I don't see why to get rid of the Barclays. Ah. We messed them up good and proper. Anyway, right. I'm going to get some lunch. But yeah, that's that junction all pathed up and done. It's ready to go, pretty much. Actually, there is one thing I need to change. Before I forget about it, I just need to make the indicators work. There we go, and that'll fix that. Yeah, lunchtime. I'll be back after some lunch. No, I won't be back for a race. There we go. And low again. Is any of you still here? Ooh, wonder what that's a... It's the... Ah, that is actually my camera. Okay. Hello. Again. Yeah, I don't seem to have lost any viewers from that. Okay, fair enough. So what I gather from that is I shouldn't bother actually streaming. I should just run my... oh, sorry. Yep, that'll be a copyright strike. Yeah. So apparently I should just run my I'm not here screen all the time. And that should be it. That's the whole stream. There's Albemarle Road. Here we are. This is where we are. That ends 3 stripes away from the end. $40 meters. Can I measure how high the middle of the yellow aspect is? Okay. I know how I can do this. Dum-de-dum. Oh, Blenheim Drive. That's probably because that's the name of an aircraft, a bomber from World War II. So let's grab one of the standard ones. What height should it be? Give me a starting point. Because it's about 3 meters above the ground to the center. I'm doing my best. Yeah, this is one of the few areas that's actually scenically complete over here. This is the secondary school. And this is almost exactly the same as it is in real life. Including backwards facing traffic coming across this way. Should be 2.5, well that one's at 3 meters. So it sounds like my signals might be a bit too high up. Does that look better to you? .5 to the middle of the yellow. There you go. Because to me that just looks kind of low and skinny. I don't know, something looks off about that. Yeah, I guess it probably is about right, actually. Yeah, I posted the stuff on that page and then immediately took a couple of months off. Like, announcing a project anywhere is a great way to slow down development. Yes, blame Roadhog for that one. That also makes these look like they're probably too tall. Okay, I'll stick with the post I've got at the moment then. Does that look more natural to you? There's the real thing, the comparison. I haven't done these markings properly yet. It's kind of hard to see. There you go. Fair enough. Those should refresh themselves when when I reload the map. Shall I just quickly dress up the road surfaces while I'm here? Oh god. Okay, there's a lot of dressing up that I need to do. But wait, there's more. How far back should I be putting these again? Since you're here and it's easier to ask you than look it up. And here's one of the nice things about deformed junctions is that that is flat, this bit's twisted. So there's a constant gradient here, but that bit's flat. Well, the only way you're going to learn how to make a map in OMSI is by trying. The best thing to do is take a map that you like, go into the editor, and start disassembling it. Two meters. Okay, I'm putting them a lot too close. However, what I should have done is I should just look at what they've done in the real world, because, like, the real world doesn't necessarily line up with what regulations say. And what I'm trying to make is a map of the real world. So, you know, I might as well do what the real world does. Yeah, they don't look like 2 meters to me. "15-meter maximum," okay. I can see a small texture glitch there. I might need to come back and do something about that later. There we go. So I think at some point soon I'm going to have to stop doing the doing junctions and start putting actual buildings down, or making buildings to put down. Because, you know, making all the roads is all very well and good, but you don't really get a feel for it until, like, and you put some of the scenery down. Anyway, what we're doing at the moment is we are laying out this junction up here before Sam Bob so rudely distracted us. So you should. Oh, I wish I'd kept that now, because that would have given me a nice indication of how long I need to make those bits. And I've got rid of them all the way along here as well, haven't I? Oh. Well, whatever. I will do the best that I can. I think that might be the system I was using. Or whatever, it'll be close enough because we'll fix it properly when we get it into the spline, into Blender rather. Right, so what do we need to do next? It's kind of hard to see. And that just becomes parking along there. And this side goes on a little bit longer. But what it actually does is it becomes parking. And low. So what's this angle gonna be? So it's going to be 1 to 2. .56 degrees. That sounds wrong. So if it's 0.5, so the way the skews work, if it's 0.5, it's 1 in 1. So it must be 45 degrees, right? Yeah, it's 45 degrees. I am apparently wrong. Oh boy, how do the skews work? So it's not 1 in 1, and it's not... So that angle there, so is that 0.5 to 1? Yeah, so that angle's 0.5 to 1, so it's 2 times this. So it's 53.13 blah degrees. Yeah, got it. $2.5. Okay. And the overall distance of this lot is 30 meters. Oh god. What am I going to base this off? Am I going to... I think I'll use this as the root. And assume that the accuracy on this is good enough. Right, so the one on this side goes on for 20 meters. Sorry, not 20, 53 meters. Probably a bit less than that, like 52. Does that look about right? Yep, that looks about right to me. And then at the end of this, then it becomes this. And that should line up pretty much perfectly. Yeah, so it's not quite exactly right. There's some cumulative errors for you, but whatever. But I'll just stitch that together in Blender and it'll be fine. I actually have a mirrored version of it knocking around, so that should make my life a little easier. Oh, am I not allowed to connect that to there because it's... Yep. There we go. OMSI is great. Everything works all the time. So how far did I make this one? .6. I think I lined this up, didn't I? So it does stick out a little bit. And it is very narrow. You can see cars have to park over the edge of it. Or up on the curb. Yeah, I reckon that would be fine. So having said that, I'm just going to do a quick test. Do, 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 do. Oh, tons of room, mate. Loads of room. Definitely not going to knock off any wing mirrors here. I think for the sake of playability, I'm just going to knock that back another tiny little bit. I think the extra tiny bit of width might just be useful. I know it's not technically correct, but well, I don't know if it's correct or not actually. I'm going to knock it back a little bit further. For the sake of not having AI problems, I'm just going to push it back a little bit further. Because it's my road and I can do what I want with it. Okay, so now we've got this here. That's close enough. Then this road here is measure distance, the curvature of it, is 26 meters across. So we make a 26 meter segment like that. Then I think the best thing to do here, to line the other one up properly, is going to be grab Ramsey Road 5, wherever that's hiding. There it is. Put a small segment of that in, 3 meters long. Then back to North Road 2, except mirrored, and anchor it to this curb. There we go. And then measure across this one. So first we measure there to there, so about 2 meters, or however long this is, 3.14. Except that's not the distance from there to there, it's the distance from there to there, which isn't quite right. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter. I can deal with it. And then this is smaller than that one. This one is 20 meters. And then I'll go up to about here and cut off this junction here, and then this will be one more, I guess. Yeah, it'll have to be one more, and then that'll be one more. I think that'll be for the best. I mean, or I could cut this one somewhere more like here, but then it'll be a bit awkward to line up the paths, particularly the pedestrian paths. It'll be better to cut it here, I reckon. Maybe even there. Yeah, that's probably the best place to cut it, actually. Do 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 do. Dum, 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 dum. Oh, this is a separate tile. Okay, got it. Oh, hello. Well, that ain't right. Yeah, it brings the second one into there. Like, why would it do it the other way around, you know? There we go. Oh no, that's not right. I thought that looked wrong. Wait a minute. Oh no, that was right. It actually was right. It curves while you're going past the junction. Oh, that's fun. Very cool. Right. Where's North Road 1? I'm going to need that to line up the end of this bit. There it is. And then this one doesn't do the same. So I've lined that bit up, and now I need to get rid of that, don't I? Because now I need to do that. Okay. There we go. So hang on, how big is this junction going to be? Because I could pull it further up here, but I don't want it to be. No, I think that should be I think that's actually a sensible place to cut it. I'll just have to be careful about vehicles pulling out from it. Where else would I cut it? I can't really, I'd just have to go all the way to the end. So yeah, I think, I don't know, where... I could do it if I completely ignored the pavement down one side and just didn't bother pathing it. The problem with cutting it here is just that any AI traffic trying to pull out going this way wouldn't be able to see stuff until it got to here, so it would pull out a bit too enthusiastically. But I could deal with that just by not bothering to have turning AI traffic come out this way from this junction. And I think that is the best place to cut it. So then I'll do this whole part as one section, and then I'll do this as one section, this bit here. So that makes this quite a small junction, which is fine, I reckon. Yeah, I think this is the best place to cut it. Okay. So how much of a gradient is this all going to be on? That bit there's 20 meters, and this bit here is 18 meters, so it climbs 2 meters across its length, and almost all of that is across the junctions themselves. Okay, and this is one of the steepest bits here. But I think that should be fine. But yeah, that also does mean that I want to do the markings now, so that they get deformed by the deformation mesh. I just got a text from the producers. Back with you in a moment. I think, I don't know, let's mark it all out. So it's kind of hard to tell. We'll just break that for now, it'll be fine. I just need to be able to mark these. Okay, so now I need the crossing dots. Where? Oh yes, it goes down to 17 meters here. Okay, so the first bit is actually on a gradient downwards. That's possibly going to... Well, I'll just approximate it to there, where it does that. So yeah, I definitely need to do all the markings on this. I might be able to get away without doing the crossing markings on this, though. So I'll keep it level to there, do the 1 meter dip here, and then climb the 3 meters to the end here. It might be 0.5, you know, the tolerance on that thing isn't perfect, so yeah. Let's have a quick look at it in real life and see if we can see where the gradients go. Okay, I reckon that this crossing is actually on a relatively steep downhill section. Yeah, look how much steeper this is over here to over here. The Street View version's better than the Google Earth version. It's easier to navigate. Oh, which way am I going? No, that's the wrong way. Are there any clues to the gradient round here? Yes. Oh, that's definitely going uphill in this direction. Oh yeah. Okay, I need to actually adjust the I need to adjust the deformation mesh of the junction that we made before. So where's the peak? The peak's about here. And that's kind of flat here. And then after that bus stop it starts going down. So yeah, basically this pedestrian crossing is actually on a not steep, but actually this pedestrian crossing is kind of in the dip at the bottom. We'll see, that's probably way too much. In fact, it's got to be way too much because I moved an entire meter. Well, we'll see. We'll export it and we'll see. Is that a meter lower? It's kind of hard to tell. That's still 5 meters. That doesn't appear to have changed at all. Right. Do the usual. Reload my conversion utility. That's definitely lower now. Yeah, that's 4 meters now. Oh, and I need to drop that a lot. Okay. Yeah, I reckon that's more like it. Might even be slightly steeper than that, but I reckon that is more like where it's at. Yep, much more like it. Right, so I also need to drop this significantly. All the way along. So the first part of it is kind of already like that. Yep. Now that bit's fine. I mean, the join is not perfect, but whatever. But I need to drop down all these bits. Oh, that is cool. I'll just go and grab the desktop version. Okay, that's neat. So it starts off at about 18.5 meters. 18, 19, so yeah, it goes down a meter between there and there. So actually what I've got at the moment is about right. It's not quite right because there's more of a slope on there. So actually I need to raise up the whole central section a little bit more. But that's very neat. That's a cool tool. So basically this bit here, that part is the side road, so I need to not move that. But I need to move this up by 0.4 or so. That'll be too much for that. I need to see this in context again. And obviously I can just add more segments and make my life a bit easier. Okay, so this part here should be 0.5 meter up and it's barely poking through the road surface. So I definitely need to raise that up. So that now goes from positive 0.6 to negative 0.6. So that's 19. Where is there a more precise scale on here? Can I? No, okay. So what's the elevation loss here? 2.12 meters. Oh, that's not the total elevation loss, that's including all the little bumps along the way. Right, okay. So it is actually almost exactly 1 meter drop from there to there. Got it. And the highest point is here, sort of at the end of this bit with the cars, and so this bit is on the slope, and the lowest point is there. Is that what I now have? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, mine's now very close to that. Let's do a smooth subdivide on there. That should have enough cuts in the right sort of place. Oh no, it's this one, sorry. Yeah, again, it should have enough cuts in the right sort of places. These won't. There we go. So this will probably break horrendously, but let's try it. Because that should, in theory, be a more accurate set of things. Right, let's have a look. That's definitely deformed. Yep, it's definitely different at this end. we've got the path working properly. I need to do the same thing to this bit of path, but, you know, yeah. I'll just get rid of all these parked cars for now. That seems to have worked out surprisingly well. I might need to do something slightly nicer over here. Because, like, this bit looks very pointy and angular now, so I might need to just subdivide that a bit to make it look a bit cleaner. But yeah, I think that's much better. Plus now I can say that this actually has the correct gradients on it. Lovely. That's a big improvement. I'm surprised by how much that's improved it. Right, so I'm going to make those little alterations to this mesh to make the paths look nicer. So cut there, cut there, cut there, cut there. Yeah, but I might as well. It's barely going to cost me anything. Cut there, and low. There you go, that's the sum total of how much time it's going to cost me to do that. And then I just need to do the deformation mesh bits for that side of this junction. Something like that. Okay. Now we export that again. And that should be the last of it. It should be that junction properly deformed. There you go. Now you can see the driveways sort of dipping downwards, coming off here. And then if we go and have a look at that bit that I was worried about over there. I mean, it's still a bit lumpy, just because the deformation mesh is a bit lumpy here, but... it's... Oh, no, I haven't actually just re-exported the main mesh, I only re-exported the deformation mesh. That'll be why. I'm not sure there's much I can do about the bumpiness over there, but I'll have a quick try. Right. So bumpiness, 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 this bit. Much more like it, I think, anyway. The other thing I've just noticed is this is actually down, like, at the end as well, so I actually need to drop this whole bit over here down a bit. Which end? This end. So, okay. Hang on, how did that bit not work properly? God, it can be hard to see what's going on. I see, what I'd actually managed to do is add some camber to the road. Okay, so I need a cut along like here. This is surprisingly hard to do. Okay, and one more. What? Why does it reckon it's got all those materials in it now? Oh well. Right, so the end should now be, yep. The end should now be down a bit. Yes. Yeah. That's come out pretty well. And then this bit over here is much better. Much, much, much better. Okay. Oh shit. Come on. You can do it. Oh, there we go. Right, let's just have a quick drive off the new hill. And then we'll go back to doing road markings for this bit. Doom doom doo 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 doom doo 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 doo. Alright, I'm curious how this looks now. Other than that bit there. That's very nice. Yep. Well, these wiggles here are pretty tight. Right. There you go. Ford Focus for scale. They are pretty tight. I've even widened a couple of them out a little bit. Yeah. Happy with that. Yep, Ford Focus for scale. Okay, back to the editor. Oh boy. The big yawn. So anyway, I've decided that the pedestrian crossing is going to be flat, just because otherwise it's going to be a pain to do the markings for it. Where's edgeline junk? There we go. Edgeline junk. Ready and waiting. Let me turn the second screen back on. Not that one, this one. 55. Oh, is it this? It's probably the same person who said that London should just stop adding objects and splines. Like, they were very insistent about that particular phrase. Like, if you keep adding objects and splines, it's going to be laggy. I mean, like, not all development time is spent adding things. Quite a lot of development time is spent making things work better. If you look up impatience in the dictionary, there'll just be a picture of the National OMSI Facebook page. No arse. It's the whole. It's not just like isolated bits, though, is it? It's like everywhere. Those are all modelled. Yeah. Our whole community is made up of 12-year-olds and people with challenges. Since I'm not 12, I presumably fall into the latter category. That actually starts curving in before the end of the parking, okay. There's also the people who seem to have a God-given right to like whatever it is that you're making, and you're being unfair by not releasing it to them yet, or giving it to them because they have 3 followers on Twitch. We had a few people who were very annoyed that we wouldn't give London to them for free just because they had a Twitch channel. Or because they would there was one person who was very insistent that they should get London because they wanted to do a giveaway with London, so we should give them a free London key in order for them to do their giveaway. And like, great, but if you want to give London away, you're going to need to buy a copy of it to give away. You know? There's just very little concept of actually buying something, I think. Like, imagine paying for goods or services when you could just message their Facebook page to complain about it. Oh, hello. Yeah, and then there are the people who just like arguments. Yep, I will promote your brand. Like, everyone already knows about it. You know. Like, we don't need whatever. You all know what I'm talking about. You're all sensible people. Make that a little longer. Then I can cut that up as I see fit in Blender. The other people we got were people saying, it's my birthday, give me free London. Like, okay. Sure, yes. Have you tried that one on Tesco's? See what they say if you just go in and walk out with a bunch of groceries in your arms. Then go, oh, it's my birthday. I don't need that one, I need the chevrons. Yeah. Oh no, those are the best ones where they say it's going to be my birthday, and like you look at their profile and it's not. Strangely enough, it turns out that they were lying. It's a strange world we live in. Right, so now I need a helper piece. So, what did I call them? Ah! Hello.
Oh, okay, never mind. Tiffany is lying against your door, but I think she wants to be there and not in your room. Do you ever fall over her when she's sitting there?
No.
Okay.
Normally she just digs up the carpet asking to come in. Hello.
She was just loafed outside your door. She does that sometimes.
Hello. Yes, but look at this bit of carpet here.
I know.
Like, she's destroyed it. It
That's
won't
impressive.
go back down again anymore. Hello. There's a carpet destroying cat. Hi. Oh, are you going to do cat cam? We're going to get a cat cam. What if I turn the radiator up? Will you like that? There you go. Turn the radiator on. Let's get some sweet cat cam action. There she is. Yep, catto time. Ugh. That should be, I reckon this tile's probably the best one to go for. So now save the map. Probably want to put it at like, I don't know, 50 naught? Yeah, 50 naught. Oh, I didn't check what tile we were on. That's fine. we go. 50, 0. And now we can open the map again. And now we have a marker piece in the corner ready to go. Right, here goes the spline exporting process again. Oh boy, bet you missed this. So, okay, so apparently you can select the same spline more than once, which is probably what happened last time. So I need that one. That. All of these. Also these. And those. And that. These. All of them. And yep, these two. Those ones as well. Yep, there we go. Okay. And here we go. So what are we going to call this one? I guess we call it Heron Way. What's the bus stop here called? There isn't a bus stop here, okay. There we go, and now we have a brand new junction to work with. I'm going to save this one as it for now. Move that out of the way so that we have all the materials in here ready to go. And now we import DirectX, same. And then Ramsey Road, Heron Way. Now we select that, we flip the direction of all those, and now we can get started. Once again. Isn't it fun? So the first thing I'm going to do is remove doubles, and then we're going to convert tries to quads, because that means that now we can select stuff along their length, which should be useful. And then we're going to start applying the first materials to it. So the first one that I'm going to apply is that one, because that's the road surface material. Actually no, let's apply the curb one first, because that's the one that'll be most annoying to apply. Then let's get the road surface in here. And then we need to start cutting down that poly count. Also, keep an eye on this. Triangle 6,276. That's our initial triangle count before we start doing anything with it. Oh, these aren't quite lined up. Oh, there's a double here. Is there a double here? There's a double here. great. I love it when that happens. Big fan. And somehow it's managed to be linked to everything. Oh, I'm dissolving. That won't be helping. Okay, so it looks like it's just this section. Why does this happen? Let's just delete that whole section. Oh look, it's happened to this one as well. Look at that. Well, we'll deal with that in a bit. Alright, so now we can assign the curb texture. Oh yes, and the other thing that I need to do to this lot, because of DirectX reasons, is anchor at the 2D cursor, sy minus 1. There we go. Because texture coordinates get reversed, which is fun. Okay, getting somewhere. I'm not worrying about flipping the coordinates of the other bits because they don't matter as much. Don't need those. Don't know if I need them on this end. Looks like I do. And I do need them over here too. But they don't exist over here yet, so we'll deal with that in a bit. I can never remember if it's ASMR or AMSR. Anyway, whichever one it is, that's what we're doing now. Just whatever our keyboard clicking sounds. Ah, bollocks. SM, okay. There we go. I'll need to do some more mapping corrections in a bit, but that's a good starting point. Right, what now? Let's simplify these curves. So try count is currently 9,260. Oh yeah, but I've got all of this in here as well. Let me just quickly delete that. 6327. Oh, I could have just opened. Yeah. So our try count is currently 6327. Now we need to cut that down. I have a feeling that some of these might have merged wrongly, but whatever, we'll just run what we can get. Okay, so we don't need that. Don't need that. So a cut there, 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 and there ought to do it. There we go. Similarly. And honestly, 4 ought to be fine. Yeah, more than good enough. Okay, so now our try count is 5,097. OMSI's splines are somewhat ridiculous. Right, so now the curbs make these quite easy because you just cut along the curbs and then you do another cut halfway through. And then that ends up about right, in my experience. There we go. See, there's no visual difference and the try count is like several hundred less. Interesting. Something's going on at that end. I'll have to deal with that in a minute. And now we're down to 3,000 tries, so we've already halved the triangle count of the junction. Just almost all of the tries come from just these few curves. And this is the bit that makes junctions made in Blender more performant than ones just made out of splines. The other reason for making junctions in Blender is that you can have much finer control over what every bit of it does. So gradients and such like. And another reason is that you can apply height deformation meshes to them, which makes pathing junctions on hills much easier. And now we're down to 1,000 triangles. There is the power of cutting things down in Blender. Right, so now I need to fill in these. We're going to increase the triangle count again a little bit, but not by anywhere near as much as it was to start with. Oh, I need to do that for both, I'm sorry. Oh, don't mind me, I'll get there in the end. Okay. Okay, that's all the road surface filled in. So what next? I think we should probably fix the UV mapping next. There we go. All fixed. All nice and smooth now. So next, double yellows. Let me just check I didn't double up on that by mistake. I did. Thought I might have done. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, we're good. Okay, and then these ones go all the way down to there. These ones only go around as far as there. I do need to do the same to these ones. Okay, let's just trim these while we're here. And I'm also going to need to drop these down a tiny, tiny bit so that they appear under the double yellows. Same with these, actually, thinking about it. And these. But I don't need to do it to that one. Okay. Right, so now what we do is we start moving these along here. I need to be moving them around the active element. There we go. One strip of double yellows. Right, one more set. 2 to go. Last set. And then we need to start doing drop curbs. Which I didn't bother with on the last one. Well, I did bother with them, but I didn't bother doing the tactile pavers on the last one. Oh yes, and we also need to line up the start of this with the start of the last one. Or the end of the last one. Hello, Peggy dog. No, she doesn't want to come and see me. She wants to come and sit on my bed.
Yeah, there's a ruler in the way. There we go.
Oh dear.
Excellent. The epic junction continues.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a different junction.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I finished the other junction quite a while ago.
No parking here.
Mm-hmm. This is all stuff that I hope to be able to
Make easier?
Yes. I mean, doing stuff in Blender will always be the most powerful way of doing things because, like a fully fledged 3D modeling program, you can make any shape that you want. There you go. It's all the road surface and markings of this bit.
Very good.
Which means that now I need to do the tactile pavers and drop curbs. And then I need to do the AI parts, which should be relatively simple because it's completely straight.
Are things allowed to turn off it? Or is it just...
I've been simplifying the side junctions to make them quite quick to do. So, hang on. So that needs to cut. Eh. There. 6.5 meters. Yes, there are better ways of measuring stuff like that, but there aren't faster
sticking your
ways.
finger on the screen.
Yeah, if you show me a faster way, though, then I'll do that. But until then, I'll stick with doing the fastest
In fact,
way.
sticking your finger on my screen.
True.
It's a compromise. I don't use the secondary monitor intensively, so it's not actually that bad.
I don't know where that cut is. Yes, you can have this one back.
There's no desperation.
But like, I just want to get a feel for what it's like to use one of these without actually just staring at the pixels and going, do I like these pixels? Are these good pixels?
Are they big pixels? Are they gappy pixels?
Yep. Okay, so now what we need to do is firstly we need to grab the end bit off this one because we need all this to line up. Hello, dog. I just need to bring some segments in that I can use, and then I can chop off these end bits. Woof. What? What is it? What is it? What's that about? What a noisy dog. Yep, it is Barker clock. Did I do all of those? Yes, I did. Still need to do that last one. What is this again? Heron Way. The Great New Plane. Oh, hang on, that's not quite what I meant. I mean, create new plane here. Still put it at 000 for now. And then that was 155 by something. Okay. What am I looking for? Heron Way. So 642. .8. There we go. See, even with the rather crude measuring system I've been using, it still actually lines up surprisingly well. Anyway, now what I need to do is I need to somehow manage to map these paths onto here. That's that side, sorry, I'm looking at it the wrong way around. That way. Yes. That makes more sense. Crunch go the wrists. That's got to be a good sign, right? So that bit's basically all just like normal. Looks like I got this off by a bit. Because I measured it according to these, and I think I got it slightly wrong, I guess. Wait. It does look like this is meant to be slightly further up that way. Oh well, whatever. So hang on, I should have started about there, almost exactly. It's hard to know. Oh no, it's wait. Okay, it starts 2 segments along. So 2 segments would be there. $18.85. Yeah, so that's about right there. Also, that cuts a lot earlier than I thought it did. Is this a longer than standard set? 20.6. 16.5. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what's been throwing this whole thing off. Yeah, that's only 4. So I need to move it along the length of 2 of those. That's what's been throwing this whole thing off. Need to move it all by about 4 meters. Which I would imagine is about this. Okay, that is 4 meters there, but I might as well just make it actually fit the template. So that's almost exactly that curve. So from there to there. Yeah, cat cam's back. So I need to move this all by almost exactly 4 meters. Yep, and then I need to move it all by about that much. And then I should be able to actually line the thing up. And thank you for subscribing again. I assume it's mostly because of cat cam. See, the thing is, you just hit the point of boredom and then you go past it and then you keep going. Yes, you've joined in at the most exciting part of the stream, which is the bit where I have gone far enough past entertaining, and I'm just like doing now. So then this person has a driveway, which I know must come out about here. Sorry, I must do more like that. Yeah, but that's fine, don't worry. I mean, part of the reason I have the patience for this stuff is because it wouldn't really take longer to do it in OMSI normally. It would just be worse. Especially because the height deformation stuff that I'm going to do is going to make this a million times better than anything you could do with splines in a reasonable amount of time. I'm just going to simplify that. Like, this is not a the paths around the back of the town simulator. Did I make all those in user perspective or user orientation? Yes, I did. Are they okay anyway? No, they are not. Now they are. Yeah, we're fine. Ah, oops. Right. Oh. Making the pavements the right width will, I reckon, add something significant. Otherwise I wouldn't have done it. I would just have gone, those pavements are a perfectly reasonable width, let's stick with that. Oh shit. Okay, apparently I can't just do that. So I believe... I'm just going to wipe out all this bit. Yeah. Thought as much. And the same on the other side, I'm pretty sure, so I'm just going to do the same thing again. Yep. Okay, what's going on here? That one face is in the... Where? Where? That's wrong. There's an extra... There we go. That's that sorted out. That's where that wants to go. I'm going to simplify the bit at the very end, I think. Just for the sake of making it thing. You know, thing. Making it line up a bit more easily with things that it connects to. So I'm just going to make that all one big tarmacy bit. There we go. So now we need to do the actual drop curb bit. And I don't know whether I want to bother doing these grass edges everywhere. I need them in a few places, but I'm not sure I need them everywhere. But I think along here it probably would be sensible. Okay. There's still obviously some texture correction that I need to do, but moving in the right direction. So at this end, is it going to be worth having sloped edges? Not sure it is, honestly. So you're not going to be stopped here. Yeah, I'm not going to bother here. It's going to be easier just not to. Okay, cool. So what do I need to do now? Let's do the texture correction stuff while I'm thinking about it. The reason I'm not doing that is so I can reuse buildings elsewhere. There are a few places where, yes, that is a sensible idea, like the Park and Ride, I did that. And there's one other place further down the road that I am going to do that. For the most part, though, I think it's best to keep them independent, just because then, like I say, you can reuse them, and being able to reuse them is quite nice. just because I think when you're stopped here you might be able to see quite a long way down there, so I think it's probably necessary to extend that quite a way. Right, so that's all the texture correction over there. This needs correcting. As you can see, these are stretchy boys. And that's a compressed boy. I think this one might be the one I want to use. It's certainly better. There we go. Very nice. Right, so now we need the tactile pavers and the last couple of drop curbs over here. Let's do these first because I don't like these. So yeah, I need to cut this up into an appropriate size. Oh, remind me how big the pavers are meant to be again. They're a very specific size and I can never remember. Is it 30 centimeters, 40? Yep. $40, thank you. Ever reliable. And then These ones. There we go, that breaks it up a little bit. Right, that was me avoiding. Yep. Ah, see, I was already ahead of you on that one. That was just me avoiding having to do these last few tactile pavers, which I didn't want to do. I don't like doing. I don't know why. I just don't like doing them. It just feels messy. That one is a very short distance in that it goes. It only goes what, 4 in? More like 5. Yeah, I'm not bothering with that. I really don't know why tactile pavers are my least favourite part of junction making, but they are. Come on, chop the thing. Look, there's an edge there and an edge there. Why won't you chop the fucking thing? Nope. Okay, it just doesn't want to. Just doesn't fancy it right now. Fortunately, we have other means. Right, there we go. All the tactile pavers done. All the road markings done. All the curbs done. All the texture mapping sorted. I think we are... oh no, not all the texture mapping, as it turns out. Now all the texture mapping's sorted out. Probably, anyway. Right, well, let's export the thing. Restart the exporter because it does have a tendency to break when it's been running for too long. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Okay, right, now we need to do the height deformation. So, tools, ruler, where are we starting? We start here, and we go to here. And yes, it climbs 3 meters across its length. Like, that's fucking steep, that is. So we definitely need a deformation mesh. Oh, I need to re-export it because I accidentally exported it with that bit stuck underneath it. Yep. Okay, and now we save it as that. Then we're going to need the end bit of this. Okay, I need to work this out properly. This is 200, 100. On which tile? This tile. So 200 across, 100 up, presumably. Or, yes. That's the way it does it. So then that means that it's 200 and 200, 150. Minus 200, minus 150. So this way is the minus 200. That way is the minus 150. Why doesn't that line up? There's my answer to that problem. Glad I looked at that before making the all the paths, because that would have been a royal pain in the backside if I hadn't. Okay, so this bit's practically flat-ish, and then it goes whoop. Yeah, that is pretty much flat. And then at about 50 meters through, it suddenly starts climbing pretty much linearly. Right. So that looks pretty much flat to me. So I'm not going to bother with anything on that. That's pretty much flat, that's pretty much flat. That goes down a bit. But I can just do that with the mesh itself, honestly. That's probably going to be easier. There we go. So yeah, it's this bit that's surprisingly steep. But that means my side-to-side mesh can be a lot simpler than this. I don't need to bother with that because since that's going to be at 0, it's not actually going to... In fact, I can simplify this. I can simplify this quite a lot just by thinging. Yes, I will thing, and that will fix things. Right, then we turn on proportional editing. I think sharp is probably going to be the most appropriate. Is that like an exponential? Okay. Then we move that up by 3 meters. The thing is, the gradient's pretty constant, and this isn't going to create a constant gradient. Yeah, whatever, it'll be close enough. Okay, and that should be the deformation mesh done. Then Z, what's the Z out of that? That's 5, then minus 0.6, so 4.4. Oh yes, I forgot. Oh, hello. Yes, that'll be an artifact of that thing that I forgot. I forgot to re-export this after I fixed those. I didn't do the tactiles on the pedestrian crossing, did I? I'll go back and do that in a minute. Let's have a look how it looks first. Oh no. Oh, yes, right, yeah, that makes sense. Hello. Brrr. I'm still making Fartington. It's very exciting. Tactile pavers for days. I can't tell you how excited Sam Bob has been. Oh yes. So tell me, can you think of anything more exciting than tactile paving? Because it's just like respect for blind people or otherwise visually impaired people, and you know, I can't think of anything sexier than that. You're right. I hadn't considered that. Oh, that's it's going to be better to just do it by hand, because that's going to generate way too much geometry. But you know what? I'm going to tell you why Farthington is going to be better than Bus to the West Country 3, right? Because Jaden hates blind people. He does. He doesn't want to put in tactile paving. I saw it with my own eyes. Like somebody said to him, you need to put tactile pavers in here. And he just said, no, I'm not going to do that. And that's the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. Ah, the left wrist. Ah, Bono, my left wrist is gone. Ah, how am I gonna work tonight? Well, that ain't right. Since it matches up perfectly there and there, I'm going to suggest the problem with this is... Well, let's have a look. It might be the deformation mesh, or I might have accidentally done something to the main mesh. It's the deformation mesh. Okay, it needs to be one continuous mesh, maybe? Maybe? Well, something's wrong anyway. Well, let's make it continuous and just, it can't hurt. So that's the deformation mesh, yeah. And that's the actual mesh. And it looks to me like they line up properly. I'll just re-export both of them. Bono, my tires are gone. That was a super sneaky sneak peek into the totally very active and full of people subscribers only chat on my Discord server. It's full of people and very active. That's nice and steep, I like that. So why is this end broken? Now, what's wrong here? Something clearly isn't right. It's weird because these edge bits are in line.
うしてそこでやめるんだ、そこでもう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメ、諦めたら。周りのこと思えよ。応援してる人たちのこと思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところ、しじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。
No, hang on, I need the epic. Sorry, this is the wrong version. I'm really sorry. There you go, that's the one.
諦めんなよ。諦めんなお前。どうしてそこでやめるんだ、そこでもう少し頑張ってみろよ。ダメ、諦めたら。周りのこと思えよ。応援してる人たちのこと思ってみろって。あともうちょっとのところなんだから。俺だってこのマイナス10度のところ、しじみが取れるって頑張ってんだよ。絶対やってみろ。必ず目標達成できる。だからこそネバーギブアップ。
There you go, that's my response to that. It is hard. It is very hard work. So why isn't this working? What is it about these few vertices that means they've decided that they don't want to deform to the deformation mesh correctly? Yep, that's what it is. Shia LaBeouf. Stop it. No. Bad. Wrong. Panel 1. Oh, this is just broken. So, the way that I do it is so if you look under here, first what I do is I lay out the edges of the roads in OMSI, flat on the ground, completely flat. Then I convert them to Blender, and then I fix them up, make them nicer, make them more efficient, add more detail to them, add a deformation mesh to them, which currently isn't working quite right, and then I export them back to OMSI again. That's my process. It's not necessarily the best way for everyone. I like it because it means you can make these interesting curved, like, you can see the gradients that I've got going on here, and I can path this very easily and set the AI up very easily on it, and it'll all just work. But yeah, for me this is the right way to do it, though these frickin' end bits are not cooperating with me right now. But for you it might be best to just stick with laying things out with splines. That makes it much harder to do things on a gradient though. But it means that you don't need to learn Blender in order to be able to do it, or to use pre-made junctions that other people have put together, but there really isn't a very large selection of those available, so you probably won't get very far doing that. So what the arse is wrong here? Like, what's different about these vertices compared to all the other ones? I'm going to do an experiment. it should be within the bounds of it. It's very odd. I don't know why it isn't working. Okay, so yeah, it's still not working, even so it's something to do with the deformation mesh then, rather than the main model. Okay, well, we're getting closer. No, still just as broken. Yep, you can see them popping up and down and up and down and up and down. What is it about this that just doesn't like? I'm just going to delete the deformation mesh altogether. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will be right. Yeah, I have one idea. If it turns out to be correct, then well, surely it's done in front of the computer, so you best get on your bum. So my only idea is that if you go over the edge of a tile, then it stops working properly, but... No, still exactly the same. And no, that isn't just going over the edge of a tile just there. What's going on? I might as well get rid of these bits because I'm not going to need them again. Should be. I'm just going to test something really quickly. Here is the deformation mesh as a scenery object. Wrong tile. Oh, that would do it. Yes. That would do it. There's two hidden hidden models in here. I thought that might tell me something. I wasn't expecting it to tell me that, but I thought that might tell me something. That'll also be why there are so many materials in here. Hang on. I've still got Untitled 001. That'll be why it was taking so long to export. So I was actually using an entire separate junction as part of a deformation mesh. That would probably have had some implications for performance or for load times. Okay, this time, 13th time's the charm. Hand cam. She doesn't look pleased. There we go. There we go. That will do, Peg. That will do. Right, let's get rid of all of these extra splines. Okay. Four 4.4. Point 3. 4.2. There we go. Right, I need to make a few little fixes like there. And I think I saw some flickering over here. Yep, so that bit and that bit. This bit is, yeah, that does need fixing. And also, that's not exactly a very straight line, is it? And I need to fix that. But yeah, generally, there we go, another bit of junction done. Let's just fix those bits really quickly, and then I need to do all the AI pathing, which is the best bit. Right, so the last junction. Yep. And then this needs splitting up a bunch. Yeah, you can see why that wouldn't work with that. That should work a lot better. The end of that. Okay. Same over here. Damn it. Hello. How do I fix the flickering things? What I'm doing is I'm just cutting it in the same place across both the meshes so that both of them will be deformed by the deformation mesh in the same way. Yeah. Hello. It's our favourite hilarious comedy meme man. Or should I say meme lord? So if all the cuts are in the same place, then they'll bend in the same way to the deformation mesh. Oh. Yep. Excellent. I will try to remember to have a look at those in a bit. Yeah. when I finish buggering around with this. Good morning. Okay, now these bits. Oh, hang on. That ought to do it. And this one must just happen to be at a very steep point. Not much I can do about that, can I? Just find a spot where I can put a cut across the whole of this. Yes, I can. And then I need a matching cut here, and a matching cut here. It must just be at a bit of an unfortunate point. So everything else is pretty much fine. So let's see if the changes I've made are going to be enough. Yeah. And then if those are good, yep, this end looks fine so far. Oh, there's a little bit left to do over here. I mean, I can do what Bog said and just push them up or down very slightly to make them absolutely fit. That needs pushing a little bit as well. And that bit. But I mean, that's a side road, you're not going to see it. I thought that bit might be a pain, and that's just a badly triangulated bit of mesh. I can sort that out. And that bit's being a pain as well. Okay, so there's a few bits left still. But the bit down the middle is absolutely fine now, so that's good. Why did I close that before fixing things? Now it's going to be harder to see what I need to fix. So that one sorted that. This is not okay. So let's just dissolve what we did. And then try and come up with something better. That should be close enough that it manages now. And it's these bits that are broken, isn't it? There's already one there. Cool. That's a bit more mysterious that this one's not working properly. Whatever. And then, yeah, this is a bit awkward, this bit up here. Let's try that. Still reckon this is easier than trying to make splines all line up on a hill, though. Closer. That bit's fine now. Oh, is there one extra cut in there more than there's supposed to be? There is, isn't there? I need to get rid of that cut. This end will be fine for being a side road. Right, so bits I need to fix. Still that bit, because that bit is a pain. Yes, it's worth doing it from a lot of points of view. It's worth doing it for making a more interesting and detailed junction. It's worth doing it for not having to do road markings on a hill, and it's worth doing it for not having to do pathing on a hill. Okay, here we go. It's the nuclear option. There we go, nuclear option was successful. And this doesn't have that bendy bit anymore, which is good. And because it's down this side road, you're never going to see down there very far anyway, so I don't need to bother fixing that bit. Okay. Let's path it. No, the problem was I needed to get the geometry of the road surface to follow the geometry of the splines. or of the markings, or whatever you want to call them. Right, so now it's time to open OMG Objedit P. And start putting in template pieces. Why didn't they just keep 2 separate references to places to open things from? So... No, it's not Ramsey Road 5 that I need actually, it's North Road 1. Create. The thing is, I've finished with the model making now, so there isn't any real reason to keep the model tidy anymore. Now I just need to make it work. Then we go into OMSI, we copy the rotation of the spline that I strategically left there when I made it. And then we paste in the negative of that rotation because the crossing editor is left-handed and the game is right-handed, which is great. It's just one of those things, which is great. They couldn't decide if they wanted to be left-handed or right-handed. Like, the game is a DirectX game, which means that it's left-handed Y-up. But they decided they don't like left-handed Y-up, so they've done it in right-handed Z-up. And sometimes the conversion between the two doesn't quite work. Which is why rotations go backwards in the crossing editor. But X and Y coordinates do not go backwards, because that part of it they did correct. Also, they didn't bother to write anything to get angles to wrap around correctly, so there's that too. Right, now we can make some paths. We'll complete 2 for now, and then we'll cut it shorter because it needs to have a point there to finish. Oh, hang on. So 57, 78. 21 point blah. Then no, it should be fine. Because I did it this way. That's it. That's the only reason. It's just one of those spur of the moment decisions, you know? Okay, that's all of that I think I need to do. I am not pathing every single route at every single junction. I'm only pathing a few at each. Just enough to be representative. Okay. Hum. Well, time to get to guessing. That's 5.5. Can I complete 2? Nope. So it was 20.050 or 020, wasn't it? I've got an idea. $25.020. 5.5, 2, that's 6.5. 18.52. That is incorrect. 7.5. Brain. Honestly. Gonna do what I did last time and just leave a gap there for me to fill in with thing spline paths later. It's never going to add up to exactly 1490 anyway. It's going to be like 60 something. can't even hit Control A, you just have to type it. These people are going to be weaving around like they're drunk. Okay, that's all the pathing. Now we just need to do the traffic lights. So what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to load one where I've already done the traffic light sequence, take a screenshot of it, and then just copy it. Actually, no, what I might even be able to do is just copy the sequence directly. So Ramsey Road, King's Hedges has a sequence. Okay. And then I'll have to put back the height deformation when I'm done. There we go. Now we have a traffic light sequence. That was a lot easier than it could otherwise have been. Oh shit, that's incorrect. Then I need to add back the height deformation tag. Hello. I'm nearly finished, I reckon. I've just set up the traffic light sequence in record time. There are all the paths. There we go. That's that linked up. There we go. And I just need to join these up here. Which will be a little bit annoying, but yeah, those should be complete doable now. There we go. That's that joined up. Right, now let's just get some traffic lights in here. Speaking of which, before I forget, I've got a new set of traffic light poles that apparently I need to use. They are chunky boys. Thick boys. Lodge. Oh yeah, that's true. They need to be up 0.25. Ah, you've even got ground mounting pieces. Of course. Of course, I can't quite use those correctly here just because these bits are kind of sunk into the ground a little. Or rather, this is on a slope. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to use those like that. So for the sake of this junction, they're just going to have to be clipped into the ground, I think. But Sam Bob did. Also, these ones are just bedded into the ground. They're just straight into the tarmac. Yeah, at some point I'll have the actual correct traffic lights themselves, I would think. Yeah, those will make a difference. So optical. God, I fucked my left wrist today. Sentences not to take out of context. Oh yeah, I can't do that because that one's... Oh no. Oh no. No. Yeah. Okay, I'll do that. So I can't attach things to both sides at once properly, as in having the bracket sitting on the edge properly. And because of that, I'm going to have to rate 2 out of 10. I have done, but it still clips through because these aren't based at that. Yeah, let's start from number 1. Okay, no, I stand corrected. Fair enough. 4 out of 10. I think the best thing to do is moan at the person who made them. I need to cut one of those markings off. Bye bye. Ah yeah, these are the special funky super long ones, so I've still managed to mess them up. How have I done this? That's still wrong. It's just wrong in a different way. How did I manage that? That end's correct, but this end is oh well. Yeah. I guess they're just going to be uber duper longs. They're already meant to be 4 meters longer than standard. But now they're going to be 8 meters longer than standard. Welcome to the world's longest set of pedestrian crossing zigzags. Cat has gone for a drink. Surprisingly hard to line these up consistently. There we go. Yeah. Fair enough. I don't know how I managed to do it, but whatever. There you go. What I'm going to have to do here is just stick a... of course, none of these are splines anymore. Let's just stick a spline underneath here. Which I can then attach these to. so they don't accidentally deform with the terrain. There we go. Okay. What's this supposed to be then? Because the stop line is too thick. Let's go with signal line. I mean, it's a signal. So here's your line. Fair enough. I'm slightly baffled as to how I managed to end up with one set more than I was supposed to have, but there you go. Right, let's have a look. Right. Ah, small bug there. AdBlue, actually. Yeah, there we go. And here's our new bit. From launch, I need to set up all the traffic rules. There we go. There's definitely a lot more height variation than you normally get in an OMSI map. Yep. But still. We made it. And this guy's never going to turn. I need to deal with that road marking there. Romanche. Let's just head over to the nice bit, the bit where the one bit of the map where all the scenery is done. Meow. I definitely took out some signal poles on my way around there. Yeah. Yeah, this bit up here. The bit where I've actually finished the scenery. Anyway, I need to go have some food. But yeah, we've made another, like, what? How many meters of road? Let's see. $150 meters. There you go. Only 4 hours for 150 meters of road. Oh boy. Plus another... The rest of the stream doing the first junction we did. Anyway, there you go. Hell yeah. I will see you later. That is definitely enough for today. Bye-bye.